So we go to the dedications. First we do dedications. Also the dedications you can find below on the screen of the YouTube channel. First we make dedications for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind to Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for His Holiness the Dalai Lama's wishes to be fulfilled, Savior of the land of Snowlands teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies this path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you hold your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdual's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. In Tibetan. Tunte Jam Chin Jam Gan Yao Win Ten Si Kyung Pal Wei Kun Tse Do Bon Tim Jo Tsum Kur Wei Lag Man Tu Drum Pa Dak So Du Je Gun Du Sham Tan Chu. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. To be able to meet, practice, and actualize the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, may I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. So then, glorious Guru, whatever your holy body, retinue, lifespan, and realm, whatever your supreme and beneficial holy name, may I and others become exactly like that. Then for peace and happiness to prevail in the world, By the force of the praises and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed. And may the Dharma and good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. And the emptiness prayer, which Lama Zopa Rinpoche often is adding to our dedications, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, famines, diseases, global problems, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be stopped immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts by their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Bodhidharma, which from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness, last a long time and spread in all directions. And may all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Then may we always be able to please the virtuous friend, just as always crying one followed Jopak, without being distracted by the body, mind, without being distracted by my body, life, and enjoyments. May I please my holy Guru well and never displease them for even 1 second. And for all the sick, not only the covered, but everyone on this planet who is sick, for everyone in hospitals, wherever they are, at homes. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all their sicknesses. And may all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Then from Nagarjuna's jewel garland, to always be used by sentient beings, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. And to hold sentient beings as precious. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. And then maybe to abide as long as samsara for sentient beings as necessary. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And then to be able to cherish all sentient beings, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel. I hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Like a wish-fulfilling jewel and a wish-granting tree, may I fulfill the hopes of sentient beings without need for effort and exertion. May all be auspicious for me to accomplish their wishes. Any sentient beings who see me, hear me, etc., to be free from suffering and experience happiness forever. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified. May there be peace, be happiness forever. But to give rise, heresy toward the Guru, may I not give her rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure, as stainless. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. And to seal the merits with emptiness, due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the Hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Lama Zopa For the Dharma King Tsukpa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losam Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. So we can dedicate it. We dedicate all the lamas, all the teachers, and the success of the spreading the Dharma, to the success of keeping the vows well of all the monks and nuns, and also lay people who have taken vows. May they live in pure morality and reach enlightenment very quickly. And also for all the sponsors of the IMI, the Organization for Monks and Nuns, for all the sponsors, everyone who helps all the Dharma centers, but also often very generous in hosting monks and nuns. And as monks and nuns, we are very grateful for all the support we receive. And only in this way we can dedicate our whole life to the Buddha Dharma and the practice. So yeah. Then for everyone who asked us to pray for them, may they find inner peace, may they find all the right conditions themselves to practice, may they find all the necessities, contented and meaningful life. And for, of course, all the world leaders, may they see themselves as servants of sentient beings, serving the people they govern, all the kings and other people who are important in the administrations of their governments. May they all have an altruistic motivation and serve other sentient beings as good as possible. So that's it for now. Thank you so much for being with the prayerathon today. I hope you really have a very nice and happy day. So who is after me? Looks like my brother, Tenzin Michael.
Hello, London. Not so far away.
Not so far away. Yeah, I'm in the next building. Yes. Okay. I wish you good luck. See you later. See you later today in the puja.
Yes. See you for lunch.
So now for lunch, I'm go out. So we go for pizza. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Enjoy.
With Damche. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, great.
Ciao, ciao.
Okay. Enjoy.
Okay.
Yes.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye, bye.
Bye, bye.
Okay. Hello. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are. My name is Tenzin Michael. I'm in Nalanda Monastery, just as Tendar, who was here before. He was the former director, just until very recently. Welcome to the next session of the prayerathon. So we start with, like always, we start with a good motivation. So for that, we settle our mind. We let go of all our tensions or conceptions, worldly activities, and try to focus inside, focus on our mind, try to generate a positive attitude for this session. So we can just spend 1 minute focusing on the breathing, calming our minds, and tuning in for a mindful session. then with a calm mind, we try to generate a loving, peaceful, and compassionate attitude to all sentient beings. We can think how fortunate we are in our situation. Even we might face some problems, but if we compare it to other people, we are probably in a quite a lucky position. So we can reflect on the suffering of sentient beings, and especially also all the suffering created by the corona pandemic, the different type of suffering directly from the disease, those who are hit by the disease, who are in hospital, who died, those who just have mild symptoms, and all the problems coming with it, all the restrictions, all the lockdowns, all the tensions between people who are vaccinated or not vaccinated, who do think like this, think like that, all the tensions in society, in families, and the financial problems and worries and the fear of people. But not just that, there's even greater suffering in samsara if you think about the big catastrophes which are happening, forest fires, floods, earthquakes, wars, famines, economic problems in very poor countries where people virtually have nowhere to go. And especially also these days, we can think about the dangers of climate change, the danger of destroying our planet through burning fossil fuels, but not just that, through cutting down forests, to overusing natural resources, to polluting rivers, oceans, air, and exploiting everything, all the minerals from the air and from the earth, from exploiting the seas, the forests, all the natural resources, including animals, all the suffering we create to animals, keeping them in animal forms just to be slaughtered as soon as they grow up. All the suffering involved, and all the famines which may come soon due to the lack of irrigation water, lack of drinking water, then lack of food, tensions, maybe wars, huge migration which may happen if the oceans continue rising, like the people in Bangladesh, they will have to move somewhere else, or a big part of the population, and on and on. So we can think about this suffering, and including the pandemic, to be ended soon. So we do our best to do what we can, and we do these prayers and with a pure motivation. And we can also pray for the world leaders who are meeting in Glasgow right now to make a wise decisions and courageous decisions to save this planet and to save people from unnecessary suffering through climate change and everything which is related to our way of life of exploiting nature, exploiting and polluting and so forth. So may all those problems in the world quickly stop, and with this motivation for sentient beings to be free from suffering and the cause of suffering, we do these prayers. And this is called the Vajra speech of Mazida Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. So I think there was some disease in Shakya town in Tibet, and Thangtong Gyalpo, he made these prayers and to free those people from disease. So we can do these prayers and with a wish to free not just people but sentient beings from all their suffering, which is created by humans, by diseases like the coronavirus, by other by the elements, or whatever suffering they have to undergo. So may they all be free from their suffering and get enlightened quick. So we start with the motivation and the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then we can recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we renew our motivation, and we can visualize Chenrezig above the crown of our head, or we can visualize ourselves as Chenrezig if we have a Chenrezig initiation. And we imagine all the blessing and like nectar going out from Chenrezig's heart, touching all sentient beings, and free them from all their suffering. In this way, we generate our attitude of love and compassion for all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Then we come to the actual prayer. So we recite this prayer a few times for about 10 minutes. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sunlight, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karmic results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we start again. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings to result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clusters of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sunlight, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings that are due to from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the minutes, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as to they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sunlight, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the genius, down protection, guidance, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as to have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sunlight, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose name terrifies beings, as to have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sunlight, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his name terrifies beings, as to them being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the keys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his name terrifies beings, as through them being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the great four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we can do another great prayer, which is recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, which is called Swift Fulfillment of Wishes, Independence on the Great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. This is a praise to Lama Tsongkhapa, which is also recommended to pacify diseases and suffering in the world. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Rosen Rapa, make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, the great essence union of body and mind, to you, Jetsun Rosen Rapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Rosen Rapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. To the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic diseases, grass spirits, interference, and so forth be pacified. And when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100 petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness to you, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn for hope, when we make a request to in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessing may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying assuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your great compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Then we can do the mantras one time. Om Vajape, Om Parmashvaripe, Nan Parsham, Nanganan, Tayata, Sarvavirita, Hanahana, Vajrena, Raksha, Raksha, Soha. Om Trase, Chus, Dutars, Durmis, Mingola, Kala, Jakam, Shamtram, Pepe, Soha. Then we do the dedication. So we dedicate all the merit created during these prayers to the benefit of all sentient beings, for them to be free from suffering, no matter what kind of suffering, be it related to the corona pandemic, in whatever way people suffer from the pandemic. It's not just the diseases, it causes lots of other sufferings, direct and indirect. And also the suffering, all the sufferings in the world, injustice, wars, crimes, other illness, diseases, and especially also all the problems caused by humans due to exploitation and destruction of natural resources, polluting the environment, polluting the air, the atmosphere, the oceans, and so forth, which cause global warming, species loss, the many animals and plants who are close to extinction due to human activity, the exploitation of animals for food and other products. May all that suffering quickly stop, and may people be able to help each other May the global leaders in Glasgow make wise and courageous decisions to save the planet, and may there be peace among beings and peace in the world in general. And may all sentient beings practice Dharma and get enlightened quick. Chang Jup Sem Chog Rinpoche Ma Kye Pa Nam Kye Kyo Chi Kye Pa Nyam Pa Me Pa Yang Gong Me Gong Du Pel Wa Shok. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings without exception to that enlightened state. And then we dedicate with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's heart and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in the world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And then especially we dedicate to all our teachers, especially to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, His Holiness Dalai Lama, and all pure Dharma teachers. Gangri Rame Korwe Shinkan Dir Pendang Dewa Malu Chungwene Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Shera Shape Side Padu Tengyu Ji Rup Chul Chang Jin Jang Gung Gyalwe Tenzing Kyong Pelwe Kunzo Do Poche Chok Sum Kurwe Lek Mentu Chok Padak So Dulce Kundu Shabden Sho. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for helping with these prayers. And now I think there's Tenzin Belgium. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Yes. Tashi Dele, good late morning or early afternoon, Tenzin, Venerable Tenzin Michael. Yes. You're at Nalanda?
Yes, I'm in Nalanda Monastery, right. Yes.
That's
yes.
wonderful.
Yes.
And I'm in the heart of New York City.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So glad to be here. So good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you live in the city, or are you connected with there's a FPMT center in New York? No.
Yes, there is. It's in Brooklyn, the Shanti Davis Center. I'm connected with that center. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice. Yeah.
Yes, and I came here some years ago with Lama Zopa's blessing to help care for my parents in their 90s. So that's how I've been here. Yeah.
So you're there since a long time?
It's been 7 years. It's been 7 years. 7 years
wow.
now.
Yeah.
But it's been so nice that there's Shanti Davis Center here.
Yeah. Wonderful. So
yes,
everything fine in New York these days?
Yes, things are good. We just had elections, and things are basically in a generous direction towards people who are needing help. So that's a good thing. Yeah, I appreciated your prayers very much about the global summit going on, and right. May there be a lot of care for our Mother Earth. May there be a lot of care for our Mother Earth.
Yeah, I think it's really important. And I think what people are looking for, like technical solutions and things, but I think that really, without Dharma, nothing happens. If we don't change our attitude, our greed, our endless greed, have more contentment. And I think we as Dharma practitioners, we could make a help, maybe change the attitude in people towards nature, like see that we are all connected. And if we don't see that, without trees and even without insects, we cannot survive and all that. So I think we can really make a contribution to a change. It needs a change of mind to really change things. But I think things are moving, I think. And I hope we can make a contribution.
I hope so too. And I was reading some of the young people like Greta Thunberg and some of the other young people who are there, commenting on what's happening in Glasgow. So there's so much concern, from so many sides. So may that continue. Yeah,
that's wonderful. Also just read on Facebook the people in Plum Village from Thich Nhat Hanh. They're having a whole day of mindfulness and they dedicate for this summit as well. So that's very inspiring.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So people, I think also our prayers can maybe help and make it's so important. Like
so important.
Yeah. Without this planet, there's no place to practice Dharma. This is a precious human rebirth. We need this planet. Even
Right. It's another piece of this interdependence. I mean, COVID has shown us at a very gross level, the interdependence that we all have, but the effects that we have on the environment that are more and more extreme is also another piece of the interdependence.
Right.
And
and
there
I hope
are some
we can create some awareness of that in our Dharma communities and outside also to spread this awareness. And I think that really can help. Yeah.
May it be so. May it be so.
Wonderful. Nice to talk to you. I wish you all the best. And also with your center. I met some of the people from the center at Light of the Past 2017.
Very nice. I was there also.
You were there?
Think, but yes. So, maybe, so nice. May it happen again. May it happen again soon.
Yeah. I hope.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, Venerable Michael. Do you like to be called Venerable Michael? Is that what people call you?
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, it's wonderful.
Venerable Tenzin. Yes, yeah.
Venerable Tenzin, right?
Okay.
It's wonderful.
Okay, all the best. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all who may be joining on the line. And we will do these prayers. Specifically, we're motivated by the beginning of the pandemic and by the ongoing effects of the pandemic, but also for anyone who is experiencing suffering from sickness or family members, friends surrounding those affected by illness. Of course, we are living in samsara. And particularly, I would like to dedicate this morning to Sean Tanaka, who is very involved with the Shanti Davis Center in New York, a relatively young man who just this past week, boom, all of a sudden had a heart attack and is in intensive care in the hospital, being cared for, and may he have speedy recovery. May he have very speedy recovery and be cared for by holy beings and sentient beings. And as I was saying to Venerable Tenzin Michael just now, I am Tenzin Toyang. I am with so much gratitude in New York City, able to be in the presence of the Dharma in this environment is such a blessing wherever we can be with the Dharma. And so beginning with more formal motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a second time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will recite the Mani Mantra, just a couple of minutes at your own pace. I will begin us, and please visualize in whatever form is comfortable for you, either a bright white light at the crown of your head, and we are surrounded by our Father, our Mother, all sentient beings, those we are close to and relatives, maybe behind us, and those who we are not so close to or have challenges with in front of us, all with Chenrezig on the crown of our heads. If we've had the appropriate empowerment, we can dissolve into emptiness and arise as Chenrezig. And so, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. And now, before we consider the Thangtong Gyalpo, Master Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, we will do meditation on the graduated path. This one given to us by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. And I will pause for a little bit between each verse for us to digest the verse in whatever way is comfortable to us. So the actual prayer, essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the areas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes. that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the sixth type who has not been my mother and my father, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. And I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And a verse from Kadampa, Geshe Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Shanti Deva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine, curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need. And a wish-granting cow for all beings, like the four great elements, the earth and so forth. And like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And now we will move on to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. And you will see in the tanka that is on the other little square on this page, that's an image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the powerful, compassionate, wise Thangtong Gyalpo. A little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading in Tibet from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, as we have done, and proclaimed the prayer that we will recite in just a minute, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And now for the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the actual prayer, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, a second time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of raw spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I'll recite this prayer, liberating sakya from disease, a third time, and just repeat one of the dedications. Of course, on behalf of anyone suffering from COVID, may all be protected. May the vaccines work. May all families be safe. May all friends be safe. And particularly, may Sean Tanaka, who has just been in major surgery, young Sean Tanaka, been in major surgery for a 6 bypass surgery, heart surgery in New York City. A grateful, active member of the Shanti Davis Center here in New York City. May he recover speedily as well. So a third time, the actual prayer. This time for Sean Tanaka. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now I think we have time to do one more prayer that was given to us also by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. And backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose. And the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. In the actual prayer, having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods and lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the regenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, rains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rains, flood, and so forth. And may nourishing grains and from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now for some dedication verses. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes, in all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. To abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve the highest enlightenment. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And we will seal the merits of these prayers, these precious, powerful prayers, with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side.
Thank you so much, Venerable.
Thank you so much.
We will take over now.
All right, beautiful.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, dears.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful for thank you for you all organize this, all feel for our Guru on His own Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Therefore, right now is very pandemic. It's all of the world. And therefore, as we are religion, special for that we are Buddhism, more special we are the Mahayana practitioner, is share our thoughts and share our praise, share our love for each other, all of the world. It's right now at the time is to share our love for others. As of course, there are different religions, different ones, different faiths, try to their best they to pray for everybody. It's wonderful. Therefore, as we are the Sangha members, we cannot serve all the world to give the food, some service. It's not enough. Therefore, best we develop for our compassion, the loving kindness, and the bodhicitta for other sentient beings. Therefore, this is the best way. We are the Sangha members, and the people trust us, people follow us. Therefore, we have big responsibility to also to serve the others, to mentally to share our prayers and practice. Therefore, thank you for the or the Sangha members, or the monks and nuns, venerables to join this, even I think maybe you guys did this many months. It's wonderful. And also who follow or who listen for this, prayer. It's very important for us to the concentration at the moment, the prayers. The prayers also, I think that I'm the only speaking Tibetan chanting. I think you all listen English maybe all day. It's good to change the the tongue to hear the Tibetan also chantings. Therefore, all the venerables, monks, nuns, they do very great. You're the very, fortunate person to all the monks to support and to help to purify our negative karmas. Like this pandemic is not just happen without cause condition. It is also better to not complain one. It is our connection karma, collective karma. Therefore, we have to experience right now 7 billion human beings. It doesn't matter if you're powerful, or you're rich, you're famous, you're education, you're not education. For every single man have been hit by this COVID-19. Even you don't have the symptoms, but you have the fear. Therefore, it doesn't really show the old collection karma for 7 billion human beings. This also come to we the creator. No one. We the creator created this cause, then condition, when they meet the condition, then we have to experience the result. Therefore, as we are the religious person, now purify negative karma to not anymore create this kind of karma. Therefore, it's also we not create this karma to, intentionally. It is we create the karma to unintentionally to, the ignorance, the attachment, anger, jealous, the subjection. Therefore, it's good for all of us to more thinking for others, then try to become more compassion, the more understand. It's not easy to deal with this kind of situation, but as the first time this happened, for everyone's very stressful, but the last 4 or 5 months ago, now like people can become more relaxed than before, because it shows impermanent. Everything a bit change is not always there. Therefore, whose lesson this is very important to us to understand the impermanent to daily life. It's of course, emptiness is very grateful, but for is like me, it's not possible. Therefore, think about the impermanent change day by day, hour by hour, second by second. Therefore, whatever we going through this is not however it will change. But we cannot wait until they change. We have to do much as we can to solve the problem, but not, overwhelm to stressful. The stressful never work. Therefore, we first accept, okay, this is for our karma. We have to deal that. Just accept. Then try to, find the solution, the problem, especially that this time is a social distance. Keep, thinking for others, safety. Try to first safety yourself. This is right. This is really to think about bodhicitta way. Benefit for other beings, I'm going to enlighten, right? Therefore, think about other safety first. I have to safety myself. Therefore, we have to be patient. It takes time. Then understand the reality and accept the problem. Then try to, find the solution. That's very important. Okay? And I don't want to talk too much. Therefore, His Holiness Dalai Lama, His Holiness Saja Techen, and the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the leaders and the teachers, they advise for all different prayers. Also, we are lucky they also pray for us for every 24 hours. We also pray what they advise for us. It feels their wishes. Therefore, we follow our Guru's advice. This is the best way create positive karma and merit. When we have the merit, then we don't have to experience always problems. As example, when we have the more merit, then we can, achieve what we wish. And also, it's hard to obstacles harm us. Example exactly when we have very good, immune system, your body be healthy, then it's not easy to get cold and something like that. Therefore, merit isn't like that. If we don't see, it's not physical, but it's very powerful to keep our daily life successful. Therefore, if you follow the Guru's advice, it's the best way to create the merit. Therefore, this is also one of our Guru's advice. Okay, now I'm going to recite and Thangtong Gyalpo's chanting. This is very powerful, very important prayer. Therefore, everyone think about who's listening that. Just think about for around you us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, our gurus around us, especially also Thangtong Gyalpo. Then also think about around us, all Mother Sentient beings, special for the 7 billion human beings. The more special, the who has the symptoms by COVID-19, we think them, then we pray for them to recover the COVID-19 and also another sentient beings, special another human beings, doesn't get this COVID-19. Therefore, we're going to pray this one, okay? I'm going to chanting the Tibetan. Also, I've listened the one the Chang monks and reciting. I like to always like that. You can, if you have the text, if you can follow. If not, you just close your eyes. Just very serious. Close your eyes. You just listen the voice here, okay? Jida Kamza Jawa Majuj Jida Jini Trebe Saja Jeki Jila Yabisanda Sadhana Jidama Jini Panjida Kamza Jawa Majuj Jai Shinji Kana Tabada Niji Nidada Niji Bada Dabirin Soji Vijay Balaya Nivaya Maya Nibi Guru Tondra Jaja Dalo Yintra Sanjaya Tuja Jaya Jaya Nilaya Zabaya Lejan Galaya Sevaya Maya Deva Male Doja Benjoja Dube Tunajane Male Jaya Doda Demba Dachiri Hele Deje Demba Amai Gunjo Sangye Tuje Dankando Shijong Sumene Lembe Lava Nebe Dendaji Mala Dazenga Basho. Now everyone visualization. You receive the 10 directions special for the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Thangtong Gyalpo. We all receive the blessings, special the medicine and the long life pill. It resolves us to purify for all our emotions, negative karmas. They all come out of our body like black liquor go under the ground. Then also our body become light. Then the light come out the body and reach out all Mother Sentient beings. They feel peace, relaxed and calm. We can feel them to soften all the Mother Sentient beings, physically, mentally. We're going to share our compassion, the loving kindness for them. Think about moment, just meditation to mindfulness, like you send them to your peace, happy, and compassion and loving kindness, Buddhist Chitta, you also feel they accept or they accept their all peace. Now again, I'm going to recite one more time to without the monks chanting to myself. Semje yeme deve nenam kanje de kamsa jova maje cheta shembe trebe saja je keje jela lesandraje sondro neje dungar jenye banje de kamsa jova maje chadai shinje kana zabada neje mezama taba traje ninje bada tabe rimzo je leje kala ne bar maje dembe ay gere ay tomdra ay jaja da lobar ay yamdra samja ay tuche Shibjaya Sajaya Nilaya Sobai Lijaya Kalaya Davara Majirat Lizaya Deva Mali Troja Ben Joja Tribe Dumar Chanyeb Mali Shijaya Dodaya Damba Dansiri Neme Deja Dambash Lama kumjo samje tuje dan kando chu jong song me nem tu lemre lewa me be den do ji ngo wa ma la tap zen re ba sho. It's very powerful prayer, very powerful prayer. As you know, who you can recite the English, the meaning is very powerful. Therefore, it's more power or not, also our own motivation. Therefore, we think, we feel the sufferings of the 7 billion human beings, especially who had the by COVID-19 right now. We feel them, then we pray. Okay, we're going to pray one more time and with the monks chanting, okay? Dai shini tebe saja je keje jela besan daje sondra neje dunga jenye banje de kamza jwa maje dai shini kana zaba da neje meta teba daje Bada taberim soje leje kalaya baya maje Negere tomdraya jaja dan lobaya yandra sanjaya tuja Shibjaya taja nelaya sobai leje kalaya baya maje Sadava Male Joja Joja Male Jaja Daya Demba Seri Neme Deke Demba Lamaya Kunso Sanje Tujeda Kando Shujan Sone Yelava Nebe Dendoji Moa Mola It's a very powerful, very blessing this prayer. Now we are going to a dedication for all our merits. It's the long life His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, so for all the teachers, and it lead us to path and enlighten. Also, with dedication for all our merits to who passing away last couple of months, any kind of disease, especially by the COVID-19, we hear, we know more than 700,000 people lost their life. With dedication them to free from the lower realms, rebirth the fruitful human rebirth, meet the great teacher and meaningful life. We dedicate all Mother Sentient beings, especially by COVID-19, who has the symptoms, and any person, any being has physically, mentally problems. We dedicate them to recover from mentally and physically the sickness and disease that can do the normal life. Also, we dedication for all Mother Sentient beings to protect from any obstacles that they can do normal life. Especially right now, we have the problem for the fire, like especially the California right now, a lot of fire problems. In China, like a lot of flood problems. I'm sure there's some places also earthquake. Sometimes also there's some places also the storm. Therefore, four elements. They have a lot of problems, a lot of obstacles right now. We dedication them to all go away. Peace, comfortable. Rave Korve Chengam Sapenda Deva Male Jove Shantre Zwa Tente Jamsoya Shabe Senze Parda Tenje Tapsoi Shanja Jamgoy Jave Tenzanjo Bebe Kunzo Tabut Chosama Gove Lemo the Drapa Tazo the Jim Gonda Shabde Show. Okay, thank you for everyone. Yeah, so we take a few moments to settle in the present moment, placing our thoughts onto the natural inhalation and exhalation of our breath.
And those of you who has been participating the earlier sessions, then just simply try to remain the flow of the focus, the meditation, the virtues infused, present in the being. Now take a few moments to visualize the compassionate Buddha in the aspect of precious, the root guru, like here, like Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, like His Holiness Dalai Lama, or your individual root gurus, on top of your crown, who is embodiment of compassionate Buddha Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' compassion. Who is holding all the enlightened qualities. Who is also oneness, or the one taste with all the lineage gurus of this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo. And surrounded by all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, deities, Dakadakinis, Dharmapalas, so there, now we refresh our refuge. First, try to actualize irreversible faith and conviction in the object of refuge. Then after that, according with the practice sadhana, while we are reciting the refuge prayer, then we refresh our refuge practice. Since this practice is especially guided, inspired, advised by our most precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So therefore, if we can visualize the center of the refuge field, the Guru, that we have just actualized on top of your crown, if we are able to do that in the aspect of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and since this practice is especially fulfilling precious Guru's holy wishes, and during the recitations of the Om Mani Padme Hum, and throughout the sadhana, when we do the visualizations of light rays and the nectar, which is one of very powerful tool where we bring or the drive the blessings, the protections, the healings, from the object of refuge or object of merit field. And if this is specially centering through root guru, then the practice is going to be most powerful. In particularly in relation to this practice, it will be most powerful if we are able to visualize Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the center of the merit field or center of the refuge field. The Nirvana Kaya, the guru aspect of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whatever image that we are familiar with, and not just in the form of picture or just imagine image, but then try to have a mental image of being absolute, real Kyabje Rinpoche reciting on top of our crown, and who is carrying, who is adorned with all the major and minor marks of the enlightened one, who manifesting from every pose, every existence of Rinpoche's being is illustrations of numberless past, present, future Buddhas' qualities. And those qualities and those realizations and those enlightened blessings channel through infinite light rays to ourselves and to entire numberless sentient being. And in particularly, this practice is initiated or advised by Rinpoche to heal the pandemic crisis. So therefore, the light rays specifically shine on the entire humanity without any discriminations, like how the sun shines without any discriminations in every object, similar way. So then during the recitation of the mantra, we can do the general understanding of purification practice, like how we learn from Vajrasattva practice, the three types of purification meditations. We can also engage that. But here the meditation of deity is Chenrezig, and who is manifesting in the Nirvana Kaya aspect of Guru form, Rinpoche. Or simply through light rays and nectar, just purifying the entire pandemic, entire sufferings, and its causes, the karma and the delusion of entire numberless sentient beings. Then, like the light rays, like the hook or the like a hand, and lead all sentient beings to the state of freedom from all these sicknesses, all these challenges, and abide them in the state of no more suffering, no more causes and conditions of suffering, the state of Guru Buddha, the Chenrezig. So when we recite the first line, then also try to generate altruistic motivation. All sentient beings, my mother, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidam, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. So try to reinforce the stable refuge practice, then as well as the altruistic the intention for this practice. So now we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and while reciting, do the visualization, the lights and nectar flow, and bring about the healing and abiding all sentient beings in the state of Guru Chenrezig. So we will recite about few malas. Then after that, again we go back to the recitation of the refuge and Bodhisattva practice. Then again recite the mantra. And so we will do a few rounds. That. Then after that, then we will do the dedication at the end. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Yeah, I think we don't have much time, so we will do the dedication. Then again, we go back and do the few rounds of like that. So when we do the dedication, in particularly here, Rinpoche have already done extensive, dedications to overcome this pandemic crisis. So on top of whatever extensive dedication that one individually does, then especially whatever Rinpoche have dedicated for us to conduct these practices, all those aspirations and prayers and wishes of Rinpoche be fulfilled instantly without delaying even a moment, by clearing all the inner outer secret obstacles and actualizing all the inner outer secret conducive conditions. May all the disease that sadden the mind of the sentient beings that result from the karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the graha spirit, illness, and bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied being be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied being be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of the interferers and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma practitioners, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of ineffability of the karma and its result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So we will do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme. May all the diseases that saddened by the mind of sentient beings, the result of the karma and the temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirit, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of those names terrifying beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and the mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with a long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the inevitability of the karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do another round. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like a space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the yidams, and the dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om mani beme ho, 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 om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om Om mani beme, 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 om So we do the dedication. May all the disease that is saddened by the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like the butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed in the mouth of Yama, the Lord of the Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 84,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and the mind have radiant the power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of inalienability of the karma and the result, may all this dedication and prayer be fulfilled. So now we do a short general dedication prayer. First, we will do the bodhicitta, then emptiness, then unification of great bliss and emptiness, tantra, then long life prayer of His Honesty Chenrezig Dalai Lama, then Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. O Changjo Semjo Rinpoche, Maje Panam Je Yuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho, Tonye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Je Yuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Rinye Dawa Rinpoche, Maje Panam Je Yuje, Jewa Nyamba Meba Yang, Gone Gondo Pevrasho. Kare rave gove shingamde pendande wa male juwe ne chere siwa tenzin jazo ye shabe sede bado tenjuro. Tozo janje jangwe jawe ten zinjo bebe kuzo tobo je chosung gove leme tudu ba daso duje gundu shabde. Jambe bawe jeta jemba dang gundo zambo deya de shinje deda guje jesu dalo je jawa deda tamje rabdo ngo tesun shebe jawa tamje de ngo gangla chudo ngaba de daje jebe zawa de zambo jeje rabdo ngo warai je. Thank you.
Hello.
Sorry, I wasn't ready yet. This was quite an abrupt interruption. Hope you can hear me. So, yeah. Okay. So for me, I'm late, but I just had lunch. So, yeah. So in order to start the prayers, I would like to spend some time, especially as we have just had lunch and just came into here, to spend the time focusing on the breath in order to keep the mind calm a bit, and just spend a few moments to settle down. And when we can spend also some time to develop a good motivation as good as we can. And this practice is especially done for pacifying the coronavirus. You can think of all the people who have been influenced by the virus, either by being sick or maybe even having passed away from that virus. We can try to open up our hearts towards all those sentient beings. And as we know ourselves how it feels when we are suffering from a sickness, or somebody within our families and friends are sick, or even having passed away. I think we all know how it feels, this kind of suffering. By remembering that, maybe we can try to develop a good heart towards all those beings who have been influenced by that virus, and develop some compassion for them. And then also broaden our perspective a little bit. So we dedicate this practice not only for pacifying the coronavirus, but also for the benefit of all of us human beings. Thinking of all sentient beings, humans, animals, and so forth, are experiencing all kinds of suffering, not meeting what we wish to meet, meeting what we don't wish to meet, continuously being reborn from samsara without any control, falling from high to low status. And of course, we can see the suffering of pain like like the coronavirus and other sicknesses. We may also can think of the suffering of change. And especially all pervasive suffering. But under the influence of karma and afflictions, we are continuously reborn with samsara without any control. And due to our afflictions, before we want to be happy, we don't want to suffer. It's basically the only wish we have deep down inside us. But still, we create all sorts of causes for our own suffering. And we don't know how to produce causes for our own happiness. How's that? How does that come about? We see things that are pleasant or unpleasant. We think they are existing really from the outside. We think we don't see that, especially in the moment of anger and attachment, that the ugliness and beauty of that object is just imputed by our mind. And even that object itself is also really imputed by our conceptual consciousness. Instead, we grasp for these things to exist inherently from the outside. We verify this appearance towards us. And then, if it is something that is pleasant towards us or unpleasant, we often enough develop even afflictions like attachment and anger. This is especially due to our inappropriate attention. And under the influence of our strong afflictions, then we maybe even engage in negative actions, such as unwholesome speech or other unwholesome actions of body, speech, and mind. And these actions necessarily have results. And we do not have results dissimilar, of course. Therefore, from negative actions do not come positive results, and from positive actions do not come negative results. And as long as the negative actions are not purified, we definitely have to experience their results. And they can increase dramatically. From small action can come a big result. In this way, we encounter all sorts of suffering that we never wished for. And all of that just due to our afflictions. And our afflictions are only due to our grasping for inner existence of phenomena, and especially also of ourselves. We grasp ourselves, me and mine, to exist inherently, to exist by their own characteristics without being imputed for consciousness. And all that lies down to our ignorance, which is the cause for all our sufferings. But this is also a good thing, in the sense of we can abandon the ignorance. Our ignorance is impermanent and does not have a stable base. It's an object of a mode of apprehension. Apprehending it does not exist. therefore we can eliminate our ignorance, which we can do especially by realizing the exact direct and opposite of ignorance grasping for inner existence. When we fully and at some point even directly realize this absence of an inherently existent me phenomena, when we can achieve two cessations, in order to do so, we need to actualize them by traversing the two paths. First, of course, we need renunciation, as our current samsaric situation is mostly suffering, but we might see them as something pleasurable. First, have to develop some renunciation, and what we are renouncing is actually our own suffering. It's not that we're not renouncing happiness or something like that. We're mainly renouncing suffering, and by that we can enter the path of accumulation. Hopefully at some point we will be able to develop the union of calm abiding, especially inside on emptiness, which might lead us at some point to the path of preparation. And eventually we will have a direct realization of emptiness. And on the path of seeing, then abandon our acquired form of ignorance, our acquired afflictions. And slowly on the path of meditation, step by step, eliminate the coarser and more subtle innate afflictions. And eventually, at the very end, reach the state of a Buddha. Of course, this is a very long-term process, and it's happening over many, many lifetimes. So we need some perseverance, not only for this life. We need a continuous stream of precious human rebirths to really actualize that. And in order to do so, especially to make this a Mahayana practice, we have tried to develop some compassion for all sentient beings, while remembering their kindness they have shown us in the past by being our parents in past lives, by being very kind to us in this life. As without the help of sentient beings, we would not have any food, clothing, shelter. We would have no education, nothing. We could not survive without continuous help of other sentient beings. And in this way we can see how all sentient beings are very kind to us. And maybe we can try as good as we can to develop a wish to repay that kindness, remembering the compassion and the love for all sentient beings, not only those close to us, but also those we have mutual feelings towards, or maybe also, if we can, towards those we have difficulties to deal with. And try to open up our hearts for all of them. And try to really make the meaning of our life to benefit without looking down at them or feeling elevated, or feeling better than them, but instead seeing that we are just equal and wishing to be happy, to don't wish to suffer. And the best way to repay the kindness of our sentient beings is to achieve complete Buddhahood. As at the moment we might not be able to really benefit others. We don't know how to actualize the happiness of others. Especially not the long-lasting happiness of a Buddha. So in order to do so, to guide all of us sentient beings to Buddhahood, we need to reach that state ourselves first. And maybe we can try to get a sense for the wonderful qualities of a Buddha. This wonderful mind that sees all phenomena directly in their conventional and ultimate nature. Thereby he knows exactly how to benefit all sentient beings without exception in the best way. This impartial compassion that he has towards all sentient beings, no matter what they're doing. And that allows a Buddha to spontaneously and effortlessly work for living beings and show their enlightenment activities. And especially also the wonderful qualities of the Buddha's speech. With that, he teaches the Dhamma. And of course also the wonderful body of especially Buddha Shakyamuni, with the 112 major enlightenment marks of Buddha. And thinking of all those qualities, can try to spend a few moments on, as good as we can, generate a wish to reach that state ourselves for the benefit of ourselves and others. Let's spend a few moments on that. And then we can think that these wonderful qualities of the Buddha appear in the space in front of us, in the form of a merit field, and maybe especially Buddha Shakyamuni if you like. And his compassionate gaze looks at this with complete acceptance. And of course, we would be best to not think about it as something like a painting or a statue, but really as a being. And his body is made of light, whatever color. And surrounding us are all of us sentient beings in human form as far as we can imagine. And we can think that we take refuge together and start the actual prayer. As I'm using my phone now, I cannot put it on the screen, but you can find it in the description of a YouTube video. All sentient beings, Mamavas, to infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mamavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mamavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then we can visualize the space in front of us. Chenrezig, our Kishvara, and at his heart stands his mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. The moon disk, light rays emanate from there, dissolving into us and all of our sentient beings, purifying all negativities and especially all sufferings that might come due to the coronavirus, but also other negative potentials and defilements, negative actions, and endowing us with all causes for happiness. And with that in mind, we can do one mala of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And we can do the extra prayer a few times, at least 3 times, I think. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings as the weapon placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, but result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the Lord. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the Lord. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of car spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Ginis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, but result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of car spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And again, for dedication, we can think of the people who have been affected by the coronavirus, and also maybe especially dedicate this positive potential towards all those who have shown immense kindness towards others, especially the doctors and nurses in the hospitals, but also all other sentient beings who have helped others in these difficult situations. And hopefully, as the vaccinations increase, the situation will be pacified more and more. And let's try as good as we can to dedicate our slight positive potential we have created here for this purpose. And also, of course, dedicate it towards our own and others' full enlightenment. So we eliminate also the future arising of this kind of causes at some point. Maybe not in this life, but at some point we hopefully will achieve full enlightenment. And with this awareness, we can do the dedication. I would like to use some verses from Shantideva's Bodhicitta Avatar. I also don't have that on my screen, sorry for that. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water, delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, who speak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments. Whatever diseases were unrolled, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. And may the powerless find power and make people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then they are to remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. Then, of course, we can dedicate this practice, especially for the long and healthy life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and of course also Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and our teachers who would like to think about, and also for the spreading the Dharma in the world. And maybe also think of your own purpose you want to dedicate this practice for. Chỉ đừng kham địa bên đêm mà ba căng lệ chung về sam pe yi jin ca din su me den zen gyat su la sul wa dem sa tu je luen du Tup su chang jing jam gun gil me ten zin kyong pao me kun zu do po zi chuk sung ko we leg man tu du pa dak su du je kun tu jab ten. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Venerable Sundu.
Hello, Venerable Bina, it's you again. Hello. Thank you for taking over.
Thank you so much for doing it. We'll carry on. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Happy to see you all. Let's carry on this amazing job we're all doing, praying for all the suffering people, which includes us. So, as always, there's Lama Chenrezig. There's the Buddha. Can you hear me? Yeah, let me just check. No, my volume. There we go. So we're just remembering the Buddhas, countless beings have become Buddha. Their actual mind pervades the universe. They don't need a body. They don't need bodies. When you're a Buddha, you've finished the job. You don't need gross bodies or universes. But out of their compassion, driven by their compassion, which is even why they became a Buddha, to benefit all suffering sentient beings, they manifest in different bodies, two kinds. One that looks like behind me, this one, the Nimanakaya. This is the emanation body. This is the one that regular people like you and me can see. And then we have the subtler body, which is actually from Tantra in the Mahayana. It's a more subtle light body. And it's a more, so like a different aspect, not the monk aspect. It's a different aspect representing different qualities. So this is radiant light bodies. And the Arya Bodhisattvas, for example, those who've realized emptiness, they can see this, they can see the Buddha in this form. And yeah, so we imagine, okay, we visualize, but the Buddhas are there doing their job. By definition, the job description of a Buddha is to benefit others. And that means they're manifesting in bodies throughout all the universes, doing whatever needs to be done every single second. Pretty incredible. So what we're doing is making a connection with the Buddha, and we're requesting. I mean, the Buddhas are capable perfectly of anything, but part of the cause of things happening is requesting. It's a dependent arising. So from our side, we create incredible connections with the Buddhas, and we create the cause to be this way ourselves, become the Buddha just like this. It's one of the many practices we do to help us become the Buddha, our own Buddha. So there's Lama Chenrezig. There's Chenrezig in the sky. This aspect is a peaceful aspect of the Buddha. There are all kinds, and also of compassion. There's wrathful aspects of compassion. There's different kinds of, and this is a peaceful one. Very sweet. The body is light, radiant light, not like a statue. It's not substantial. Radiant light in the sky, but as you can see at your eye level. White light body, male aspect. Although these Buddhas sometimes you can't tell the difference. They're non-binary, I'd say. All these Buddhas, they look like they've got all the qualities of all, you know. And he's got 4 hands, holding 2 in the front, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel in the prayer mudra, and the 2 either side held aloft. One, the crystal rosary in his right hand, and the white lotus in his left, about the level of his ear. And it's this typical bodhisattva style, very beautiful, radiant, the 5-pointed crown on the front of his head like a tiara. His head, you can see partially hair, partially held on a top knot, very beautifully decorated. The style comes from India, but it's been adjusted and adapted by the Tibetans over the centuries. So most of the paintings we see are all by the Tibetans, you know, the statues, maybe the Nepalis. And he's sitting in full lotus position, the right leg in front of the left, on a multicolored lotus, and on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, which represent wisdom and compassion. And everything's made of light, radiant light. Should make your mind so happy just thinking of it, seeing it. So if we have a spiritual teacher, a guru, a lama, a spiritual mentor, person we have chosen, we have decided is the Buddha for us, who shows us how to become our Buddha. Because if we're not clairvoyant and can't see Lama Chenrezig, Chenrezig in this form, we need to have somebody in a human form who shows us, you know. As Lama Yeshe says, the Buddha's not here, he's dead. But the Buddha, the teachings, the 4 Noble Truths become real for us when we hear them from the mouth of our Lama, this person in this life we have chosen. If we'd been born at the time of Buddha, he would have been the guru. The Buddha even then didn't need a body, but he manifested in that body for the sake of sentient beings. So it's our Lama as Chenrezig. Their mind is manifesting as this Buddha for our benefit. It makes it very personal. Everything's radiant. And then on his brow is a white Om. At his throat a red Ah. His heart a blue Hong. So now we what they call invite the wisdom beings. They call this one we visualize, they call it, I don't know the evolution of the meaning, the commitment, our commitment being. It's our visualization. It's sort of like it's not real yet. We visualize, we imagine, and now the Buddha compassionately Chenrezig sends radiant beams of light from the blue Hong that go out to all the 10 directions and hook the energy of the actual Chenrezigs in their abodes, in their pure lands. And the energy of all these actual Chenrezigs comes back and enters into our visualization and makes it real. Is now we imagine it's the real Buddha. Homa Zahung Bamho, they become non-dual, even more radiant, even more marvelous. And now we visualize all the sentient beings of the entire universe without missing any. And we see them all in the form of human beings, which is the form they can get enlightened in, but each of them experiencing their own particular sufferings. And as we know, Buddha has observed that there are many kinds of beings, many different levels of beings, many we can't see as humans. Intensely suffering ones, very blissful ones, but they're all in samsara, quote unquote. They're all in samsara. There's like the Buddhas and then everybody else. And among all the everybody else, there are those who've completely realized emptiness and those who haven't. And they're all, the ones who haven't are in the realms of existence, all these different realms of existence in samsara. And what defines a being in samsara, it's not like a place, it's a mind, it's a level of mind, a mind that is still clinging to a self-existent me and self-existent everything else, which gives rise to rebirth, which gives rise to different kinds of sufferings. Even the relative happinesses we have in these realms, they're also the result, all on, depend, all as a result, all because of this ego grasping, this ignorance, this root delusion. We are not out of samsara yet. So therefore, we're continually cycling through these lifetimes. And of course, not realizing, this is so hard to see. So we have such compassion for all these beings, and they're all there in the form of humans. In front of us, we imagine those objects of our aversion, so-called enemies. Even just people you're having a problem with today, right now, we visualize right in front, and all the others there. To the left, your beloveds, your objects of attachment. And to the right and everywhere else, above, behind, below, to the sides and in front, covering, going all the way to the horizon, all the others, the strangers, the objects of indifference, objects of uncaring. These three root delusions, the ego grasping, which gives rise to this indifference and ignorance, and then the attachment and aversion, the objects of these three, the stories we have made up. There's no objective reality in these. Real friend, real enemy, real stranger. They're projections of our own nonsense. All these beings, and in particular, we're thinking of those who've got, the result of the suffering from the coronavirus, and all those who are suffering as a result, the indirect results, the environmental result of being around other people who are sick and not being able to be near your friends, and even just touching other humans and kissing a human can cause us suffering now, can die. There's environmental result of past killing. Then those who are suffering the direct result of past killing, of getting the sickness and dying young, being killed, and the whole world suffering the environmental results. All these sentient beings. Lama Chenrezig has such compassion, wants only to benefit. So we can say the refuge prayer together, all together, every one of us, this marvelous little prayer from the Sakya Lama. It doesn't say when, but I'm only imagining it's a couple of centuries ago. I don't know why I think that, but that's just my thought. I don't know. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease, by Thangtong Gyalpo, and translated by our dear friend Venerable George. People might have come to some of his classes at our center. Gelong Tugchen Sutram. I think that's Venerable George, yes. The Vajra speech, okay. All our motivation, our refuge, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And we rely upon the assemblies of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now as we say the mantra a few times, the mantra, excuse me for a minute, just a second, I'm sorry, I have to blow my nose. We sing the mantra a few times, then say it silently or say it just enough that we can hear it. Then that means not only are we visualizing Lama Chenrezig blessing everybody, but also whoever hears the mantra, wherever we are, whoever hears it, Even the little creatures, they all benefit. So all over the world, here we are saying it from the different corners of the planet. How amazing. But not only that, because of the way we're constructed, according to the Vajrayana system, we've got this subtle body and subtle mind. We've got gross body and gross mind, one we can see. Then we have our subtle mind, which is actually this is our mental states, actually, all our different mental different thoughts and feelings. They're called subtle. And they are connected to the different wind energies, intimately, inextricably connected to all the wind energies coursing through all these 72,000 subtle channels, or our subtle nervous system. And so the mind and body are intimately connected. So whatever our mind does impacts upon those wind energies, and whatever the body does impacts upon the mind, which is why we get sick. Imbalance of the external energies can cause an imbalance of the internal winds, which impacts upon our mind. So if we have anxiety, say intense anxiety or panic attacks, because our wind energies, the attachment energies, completely berserk. The winds have gone berserk, like a storm in our body. That's why all the imbalance and the different sicknesses we have. So by saying mantra, you purify your wind energies. It's very powerful. It's a marvelous way to heal yourself, not to mention benefit others. And we understand the system is very logical. So it makes us very happy to think of just saying positive words, having positive thoughts. This impacts upon our wind energies, which heals our body, not to mention putting karmic seeds in the mind for the future. And then, of course, whatever negative thoughts we have causes the imbalance as well. This is the point, imbalance of the wind energies. Such a marvelous thing to understand. We can heal our own selves, our body and our mind, and benefit others. So we visualize light going out from Lama Chenrezig's brow, the white Om, going out to all the 10 directions, all sentient beings, everyone going into them, penetrating their brows and ours. And we imagine it's completely taking away all the pain and suffering of the current sickness, the pain. I mean, especially us embodied beings, humans and animals. And look at the terrible physical suffering of animals, eating and being eaten alive, unbelievable suffering and harm to their bodies, and no doctors to help them. I mean, maybe a couple, we go out and save a bunny rabbit or something, but look at most of the animals in the wild, all the little creatures, all the little bugs, all the insects, the suffering they have, unbelievable physical suffering, and all the humans. And then all the other trillions of beings, we imagine all of us being purified of the past causes, all the actions we've done in the past, harming others with our bodies, including killing, that haven't yet ripened as our suffering. And all the other millions of beings in the other realms, purifying all of this, the light going into every one of them, alleviating them of all the physical pain, and purifying all the past causes as well. Really wanting this, being so happy. And purifying our sicknesses, our suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.
And oh, what's this? It's gone again. It's gone.
Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we say a few times these verses from our hearts, visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending the light, pouring into every single one from his brow. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the natural law of cause and effect, of the law of karma that runs the universe. No one runs it. It's just the way things are. This is Buddha's observation. It's not some kind of alternative to being punished by God. This is what people think, you know. It's a natural law, like botany or gravity. It just merely occurs. Everything we think and do and say produces the person we become, which is why we have to become conscious, know our minds, control our body, control our speech, lessen the delusions and grow the virtues. That's the reason, you know, because we create ourselves. And it's a natural law. It's hard to hear this. We keep thinking someone's made it up because it's religion is made up. That's how we think, you know. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So he's saying we continue to say mantra, blessing all these billions of beings, and Buddha pouring out all the light from his brow, purifying bodies, purifying sickness, and purifying past causes. All sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine all the white light completely having filled all the beings, totally taking away all their suffering, wanting this, imagining this. Continuing, Lama Chenrezig continues as we say the verses. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers. No, not that one. By the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can visualize Lama Chenrezig purifying body, speech, and mind, all the three. We'll do all three together, not together, one at a time. So gain the body, the white light pouring out, powerful beams of light from the white Om at Lama Chenrezig's brow, entering our brow and the brows of all those with coronavirus and everybody else in the universe, in front, behind, below, to the sides, above. All penetrating into them, purifying their bodies and all the present sickness, and purifying the causes from infinite past karmic seeds planted in their minds that haven't yet ripened. Imagine all this totally purified as we sing them, as we say the mantra, visualizing so strongly, wanting from our hearts. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, full of the white light, completely purified. Imagine this, want this. So marvelous. Every sentient being. The suffering of the bodies as a result of killing and harming with our bodies. Now Lama Chenrezig so happily sends radiant laser beams of red light from the red R at his throat, penetrating our throats. And this time, purifying all the results of negative speech, which of course is what we humans do. We clever humans with all our clever sounds. You know, the results of all these, all karmas, all actions we ever do can have any of the four results. The result of a type of rebirth, the result of a tendency to keep doing it, the result of it happening to us, and the result, an environmental result, because of the connection between body and mind, and the environment is just the gross elements. So minds create the external world, you know, over many countless eons. Nothing just by accident. Everything comes from minds. Everything comes from sentient beings' minds. We are the creators of the universe. So speech, the results of speech, for example. The result of lying is that right now in this life, no one believes us. We know that pain, we know that suffering, even if you're telling the truth, but because of past lying, people don't believe you. Even you might be speaking sweetly, but people think you're speaking harshly. That's from harsh speech in the past. Or the environmental result of harsh speech, for example, and everybody can have this, including animals, you know, they've all been humans at some point. The result of harsh speech environmentally is that there's nothing grows, like deserts. The result of, just meaningless talk, rabbiting on, just essenceless rubbish, is that no one pays any attention. Your words have no power. No one even is interested in what you have to say. That we know as well. All these karmic results. And the causes from the past, all the seeds we've planted from the past that haven't yet ripened as suffering. All of these purified in all sentient beings, full of this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this red light. Every being completely purified of all the nonsense of speech. And now Lama Chenrezig sends from the blue hung at his heart, radiant beams of blue light that enter each one of us in our heart, entering each one, every single being in the universe, filling us completely, and this time purifying the cause of all the problems, which is our mind. And which part of our mind? The neuroses, the delusions, the misconceptions, the nonsense, the fabrications, the fantasies, the rubbish. So these thoughts have no basis in reality, made up. These are the cause of all suffering. All of this annihilated, imagine all sentient beings full of this blissful blue light, totally purifying their minds, every single being. How amazing. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. All the beings full of this blue light, purified all the delusions gone. How amazing. So now again, we say the prayer, and this time again, we visualize just the white light to the brow, removing all the sickness, all the coronavirus, all the sicknesses of the body, all sentient beings, and all the causes of past sickness that haven't yet ripened. That's why purification is so powerful. That's why Lama Zopa says we're insane not to do the purification practice at the end of every day, because every millisecond that we've still got delusions, every millisecond we've got ego grasping, we can't help but be sowing seeds all the time in the mind. Every second, it's just the way things are. So to kind of get ahead of the game and do practice at the end of every day is purifying. It's so powerful, putting atomic bombs under the karmic seeds, purifying our minds. So this is similar kind of function. Many of the practices have the same kind of function, purifying the mind, pulling out the weeds. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally purified, and the body and mind have radiance and power. I'm not concentrating. Pacified, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And like I keep liking to remind us, we all want this badly. But what do we want it? What's it for? So we can practice, so we can be used to others, so we can work on our minds and be useful, not just rest on our laurels. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And what that means is, what the very thing we're doing right now, it will bring these results. That's the logic of the mind. It's a shocking thing to think because we don't trust it, because we think everything comes from outside. We think we're this innocent victim to whom bad and good things happen, randomly. I mean, this is utter superstition for the Buddha. We create the universe. So these actions we're doing, these thoughts we're having, by the infallibility of this natural law, these results will come. Everything exists on the tip of the wish, as they say in Tibetan. So now imagine, that's it. So now we imagine this again, this time, all the three lights coming this time, and all the purification and all the receiving all the blessings now. We've removed all the delusions and all the results of suffering. We now imagine receiving all the blessings. So the body, first of all, the white light coming, every being, imagine their bodies totally healthy. Imagine our bodies this second cannot harm any sentient being, can only benefit. And then imagine all the karma, the potential we have to manifest when we're Buddhas, to manifest in countless bodies, in countless universes, to benefit countless sentient beings for countless eons. Imagine that ripening, how incredible. Only benefit others, full of this radiant white light. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, full of this marvelous potential. Our body is full of this radiant light. Only can benefit others, and and manifesting countless bodies to benefit sentient beings. Warrior Buddha. Now the red light from the red Lama Chenrezig's throat, beams go out and entering into everybody's throats, filling us completely with this blissful red light and filling us with the power of speech, the most important thing to give sentient beings. Lama Zopa Rinpoche said even just the action of giving one piece of spiritual advice is more powerful karmically, to one person, is more powerful karmically than giving food to every being on the planet. Because the food fixes the body, which is incredible. But one piece of spiritual advice from the mouth can help a person become Buddha, who can then benefit millions of beings. So full of the power of speech, such that any sound we utter can only be of benefit to whoever hears it. This is our potential. Not possible to harm sentient beings with our speech. Whatever we say is beneficial. Imagine this. This is the greatest gift of the Buddha as well. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of the red light, full of this marvelous potential, full of this power of speech, every sentient being. And now Lama Chenrezig sends the radiant beams of blue light from the blue hung at his heart, entering our hearts and filling us completely. This radiant blue light, blue like sky in Santa Fe on a clear day. Very clear here in the sky. And this fills us with what? The mind. This is the point now. The delusions are gone. There is only virtue. There is only virtue and wisdom. There's only goodness left. This is our true nature. Wisdom that sees everything as it is, without mistake, and all the virtues that come as a result: love, compassion, kindness, generosity, forgiveness. These are who we really are. This is Buddha's finding. Full of this, every sentient being, full of virtue, full of goodness, full of wisdom. And the bonus, full of bliss. Because unhappiness comes from delusions. Unhappiness is the consequence of having an unhappy mind. When the delusions are gone, unhappiness has gone. This is so clear in the Buddhist view. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this bliss and wisdom, imagine, and happiness and contentment and fulfillment and goodness. All beings. A couple more times we say these verses. And we visualize now, as we say all the verses, we visualize all the light coming together, three together, all the lights, body, speech, and mind. And imagine we all turn into Chenrezig, all of us, as we say the prayers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from that are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as those are then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now all these Chenrezigs, billions and billions of Chenrezigs, imagine, so blissful, so happy. And now imagine Lama Chenrezig in front of us. He comes and sits above our heads, every one of us, and dissolves into us, every one of us. And we imagine, we and every being in the universe, our body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, the body, speech, and mind of our Lama, and our body, speech, and mind. They completely merge. There is no distinction. There is union, oneness, Lama Yeshe would say. They are the same. When we are all Buddha, there is one Buddha, the Dharmakaya. That is it. We imagine this. We are one with the body, speech, and mind of our Lamas and the Buddha. And just for a minute, just imagine you expand to fill the universe. Blissful, clear, radiant, no thoughts, no thoughts. And now we dedicate in our hearts, just thinking, this 1 hour, how long have we been here? You know, as long as they've been here. As many thoughts as we've had in this hour, they will sow these marvelous seeds in our minds, and may they all ripen exactly as we have visualized. Be so happy about this. Be so delighted we've done this 1 hour of hard work. And may bodhicitta, may this amazing aspiration to be a Buddha grow and grow in the hearts of all beings. And may all our precious lamas live long, and anybody who's practicing virtue live long. The whole world needs this badly. And that's it, people. Who's next? Who's coming? Who's taking over?
Good morning, Venerable Rabina.
Good morning, Thupten Choyang. Happy to see you, darling. You take over. She'll take over. Good. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much, precious people. Goodbye. Much love and thank you. Next time.
So thank you to everyone who did the session with Venerable Rabina. I really rejoice in all of your efforts. And of course, to welcome to anyone who is joining in or who is staying for this next half hour with me as we do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And as you know, we are doing this because Lama Zopa Rinpoche has told us that this would be a very beneficial practice to do. And we can have confidence that even though we can't see karma, that there is going to be many positive effects from doing this practice together. And that gives us the energy to do our virtuous activities on a day when you might want to be out running around on a beautiful fall day or whatever weather it is wherever you are. So let's just sit for a moment and just settle as we begin the practice. So it's important to have a very, at least neutral mind, if not, and then even better if it's positive when we do a meditation. And so just even sitting for a few moments and using mindfulness to be aware of whatever is happening in your body. Just noticing any sensations you might be having. And it's not a lot of labeling or judging. Try to avoid going good or bad. It's literally just placing your attention and watching what's happening, noticing it. And there's really nothing to hold on to because it's constantly changing. And now that the mind is just a little more quiet, as we're becoming more introspective, then we can start to think about our meditation, think about our motivation. Best motivation, of course, is a bodhicitta motivation. So we're doing this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. And it's very hard actually to wrap the mind around what a huge concept this is. That we're not just talking about humans, we're not just talking about animals, we're not even just talking about this planet. We're talking about any being that has a mind anywhere in the entire universe. We're doing this right now for their benefit. And we're doing this not only to help purify any negative karmas that are the seed of suffering of illness like COVID, sufferings of body and mind, but because this also propels us on a spiritual path of becoming this embodiment of perfect wisdom and compassion, this thing called enlightenment or Buddhahood, that we all have the potential to achieve. Any being with a mind has the potential to achieve this. It just requires all the right conditions. And so we're creating some of those conditions right now. And we can have this wish to want to attain Buddhahood because by attaining this perfect state of ultimate happiness, free of suffering, then once we've traveled that road, we can give other people directions. We can show them how to do it. And we can help lead all others to that state. We'll finally be qualified. And so as we think about taking refuge, we can take refuge both in those who have attained that state before us, the Buddhas, who are one with our gurus, but also in our own inner potential to attain that state. And so let's say this motivation and bodhicitta prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now imagine that a 1,000-armed Chenrezig is before you. And if you like, you can dissolve all the objects of refuge into 1,000-armed Chenrezig. And even if your visualization isn't terribly detailed, just try and get a feeling of this presence where there's white light, because Chenrezig's body is made of light, everything about it. And is the embodiment of this ultimate wisdom that sees reality as free of inherent existence. And this perfected compassion of wanting to benefit all sentient beings 24/7. And so, of course, 1,000-armed Chenrezig is here out of compassion to help you, to help everyone who's suffering from COVID, anyone who's suffering from any sufferings of body, speech, and mind. And so imagine all around you, filling space in the form of humans, are all sentient beings from the entire universe. As if they're just spreading infinitely, like when you put two mirrors facing each other, and the image just goes on infinitely. And out of great compassion and because of our requests, as we say the mantra, Buddha Chenrezig, who is one with our Guru, sends out powerful beams of white light which enter the crown of your head and the crown of sentient being, the crowns of all the sentient beings spreading across infinite space. And this beam of white light, as it enters, immediately purifies any suffering, any causes of illness like COVID, the darkness of ignorance, the delusions of our mind, like turning on a light in a dark room. Everyone's body is filled with this blessed, blissful light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And so continue to hold the visualization as best you can, or at least just be thinking that all sentient beings are still purified, receiving this blissful light. As we say the prayer 3 times, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so in your mind, think that all sentient beings, now completely purified, free of all suffering, filled with perfect wisdom, perfect compassion, and nothing but love. And thousand-armed Chenrezig comes to the top of your head, turning to face the same direction, wanting to merge with your mind. So pleased, dissolves into white light, merges into you through the crown of your head, so that you and the Guru and that thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara are now in union oneness. Everything dissolved into emptiness. Your mind is like space, vast and clear, very bright. No false appearances. And then we dedicate. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And we seal these merits with emptiness, all this amazing positive energy we've created. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And we say the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewels, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So it was lovely to have you joining me for this session. Thank you so much for your kind prayers and efforts.
Hi, Venerable.
Hello, Venerable Carol.
Oh,
What a treat.
oh, same here. That was a lovely session. I just caught the end of it. And I love the flowers behind you. That's so beautiful. Your background.
Thank you. This is a taste of fall here in North Carolina. Bountiful offerings.
There you go.
Are you well?
I'm fine. Thank you. And how about you? You look
Good.
well.
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. And North Carolina's okay?
Yes. I'm not here long though.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, well.
Moving on soon.
Okay. Well, enjoy.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Good morning, everyone. And it's so nice to see people in the Zoom room. Welcome to everyone who's joining on YouTube for the next session of the prayerathon. I'm Gyalpo Chutso, Carol, and I'm here at Seychenling Center in San Francisco. So again, thank you to Chenrezig Institute for sponsoring, making these prayerathons happen, and especially to Venerable Damcho, who does all of this scheduling, and to everyone at IMI who participates and keeps this going. So, and especially to our precious holy teachers who've inspired this and, urged us gave us this opportunity. So we can all rejoice in that. Before we get started this morning, let's just do a little centering meditation and allow the mind to just rest on the breath for a moment. So whether you're seated on a cushion or in a chair, doesn't matter. And just bring your attention to your posture for a moment. Just making sure that your back is straight but not stiff. You can imagine your spine is like a stack of coins. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. If you're on a chair, it's good to have your feet, just flat on the floor, just kind of making the body stable. And if you're on a cushion, you can have your legs crossed. You don't have to have, some sort of difficult position, just whatever's comfortable. And you can either place for your hands, you can place your right hand on your left palm with your thumbs touching. Just kind of keeping the hands just a few inches below the navel with your elbows out so that the air can circulate. Or you can just rest your palms on your thighs, whatever's more comfortable. Either way is good. And then just bringing the attention to the breath and breathing at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. Just do a quick exercise to relax the body. So starting at the crown of the head, just as you bring your attention to each part of your body, just feel the tension leave. So relaxing the corners of your eyes, your mouth, your jaw, your neck. We hold so much tension in this area of our body. Relax your shoulders. And then just exhale gently, relaxing your diaphragm. And relaxing your stomach, your hips, your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, and your toes. So just feeling the body relaxed and stable. And the mind at rest, just gently resting on the breath. As thoughts arise, just let them go. Just see them and let them go. Bring the attention gently back to the breath, nothing forceful. Just allowing this gentle kind of concentration. And sounds from outside, just let them go. Bring the attention back to the breath. Just resting there. Just letting go for a moment of any plans you have, any thoughts, concerns, things on your mind. Again, put those aside. Just allow the attention to rest on the breath. Feeling a lightness in the body, in the mind, a brightness. Now let's turn our thoughts to our motivation for being here. Because from a Buddhist perspective, motivation determines the outcome of everything we say, everything we do. And so coming together here this morning, it's important to check up on our motivation. To be here for the best reason, the best intent. And that is really to benefit not only ourselves, but all sentient beings. So thinking about this, what we call bodhicitta motivation, which is the wish to attain enlightenment to benefit all sentient beings. So just remembering that just as there's so much suffering, we experience suffering, whether it's pain, difficulties, plans, disappointment, just general dissatisfaction. Just as we experience this, so does each and every sentient being. And during these times of the pandemic, what we've been through, we can see just a lot of suffering on top of the general dissatisfaction, the suffering of the disease, the suffering of the after effects, the economic difficulties, the family difficulties, business, all these things. So just resting the mind, this thought that the way out of suffering, the Buddha taught, is this path to enlightenment. And making a determination. At this point, it's just a wish, but it can remind us, it can strengthen our will so that this wish at some point will just arise spontaneously, that we will always have this attitude of wishing to attain enlightenment to benefit others. That's the true freedom, the freeing ourselves from this suffering. So just generating that motivation now. For the wish for all sentient beings to be free of their suffering, to achieve this enlightened state. I'm thinking I'm going to do this myself. I'm going to work to attain that state so I can be of most benefit. So with this bodhicitta motivation, we can start by just reciting together, or, on Zoom, we can't do it together, but in your heart, you can recite this motivation, which is a beautiful motivation, just so key to this kind of bodhicitta. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now just with this motivation in your heart, imagine yourself seated just in a grassy meadow, a very pleasant place with your friends and family to either side. And then extending out in a circle that you are part of. So this big circle that extends out to the horizon are all sentient beings in human form. So you can just imagine everyone is gathered in this very large meadow, sitting comfortably, peacefully. It's completely harmonious. And in the center of this circle is Chenrezig, the Guru of compassion. This beautiful white figure with 1,000 arms, just embodying this wish to benefit all sentient beings, to relieve their suffering. This is the nature of compassion, the wish to eliminate suffering. And as we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, just imagine that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body, enter your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being, and just begin filling each of us up with this compassionate energy of Chenrezig, this ultimate wish to relieve suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. So as we recite this mantra, just take a moment to again reflect on refuge, taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha is the power of the three jewels, and just generating regret for all the negative actions that I've done in this life and countless lives. And just thinking that I want to eliminate all these negativities so that I can be of most benefit. Not in the sense, this regret, you can imagine it or thinking about it like as though I've swallowed poison. Okay, it's like I want to purify this. I want to eliminate this. So just thinking that I want to take advantage of this precious human rebirth, this incredible opportunity. And all of the negativities I've created kind of keep me on this, in this habit, these tendencies toward the afflictions, towards allowing anger, attachment to arise. So just thinking I want to rid myself of these things so I can really be most effective, so that I can reach this ultimate state beyond samsara. And I'm going to continue to recite this powerful mantra of Chenrezig to generate compassion and to eliminate these negativities. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. And to complete this purification practice, which we've already remembered our refuge, we've relied on this power of Chenrezig's mantra, using this mantra as we reciting this mantra, doing this positive action as part of our purification. We generated regret. And the final part of that purification is making a determination. It's in our minds to refrain from repeating these actions. And it might be just thought, yeah, we have to be practical. So Maybe it's just while we're doing this practice. Maybe it's just making a determination to put our effort into not repeating these actions. Obviously, we can't say that we just won't repeat these actions again, because we're at the mercy of our karma, the result of negative actions we've already created. So we're purifying, we're eliminating all of that. Just feel that in your heart, that we really have a strong desire not to repeat these actions. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. So now just imagine that Chenrezig emanates countless bodies, comes to the crown, comes to your crown, the crown of each and every sentient being, dissolves into light and enters our crowns, just completely filling us with this compassionate energy, with this radiant white light. And just think that we're completely filled with this compassion, that all of our sufferings are eliminated, and that we're this renewing this wish to benefit sentient beings, that each and every being is completely freed, filled with compassion, freed from suffering. With that thought, let's do this actual prayer together. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just feel in your heart this prayer is completely effective. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this third repetition, just imagine every single sentient being is free from suffering. This prayer is totally actualized. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just keeping this in our heart and then dedicating with this, again, remembering this thought of bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then just sealing the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So just remembering in this way, dedicating, and then for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you so much. Amy La. Hi.
Yay, I finally see you this way.
I know. I've been thinking about you. Oh, your room looks
It's great to have you come before me. Wonderful.
Well, thank you so much. Sorry to run into your time, but thank you everyone for joining. And let's follow up offline. Does that sound good?
Yes, let's do that so we can, have a mini road trip to each other.
I know. Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our COVID practices this morning. Thank you for jumping in because I had gotten my times mixed up, my dates mixed up. So I'm so glad you could jump in. Let's take a moment to set our motivation for doing these practices. I would particularly like to direct this energy to Sean Tanaka. Sean is a member of Shanti Deva Center in New York. He's one of the main volunteers, has done so much for the center, and he had major heart surgery the other day, major heart surgery, but very, very serious. So he's, critical but stable condition, and we're just hoping he's going to have a full recovery. It's going to take a long time, but hopefully he will have a full recovery like that. So for Sean Tanaka and all the beings around the planet, especially suffering from COVID, may they be healed instantly, and any imbalances, body and mind, for all the conflicts in the world to be pacified, and for our practices to be bright and consistent and rich, so we can quickly get enlightened to benefit all living beings. So with this practice in mind, really about for all these living beings, we'll do these practices right now. Thank you. The Vajra armor practice. Let me know if there's anything you cannot see as I share my screen. So please visualize in the space in front of you a blue-black Vajrapani riding this multi-headed donkey surrounded by transcendental wisdom fire. And imagine he's a few inches higher than the level of your forehead, a few feet in front of you. He's about 6 inches in height, facing you. And imagine out of all the pores of his body come signs of purification, like iron pigs and black scorpions and garudas and different colored light rays that represent purification to you, going through the entire planet, cleansing the planet of especially COVID, any pandemics, and all those imbalances, body and mind. And those light rays come over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart, also continuing that purification as we recite his mantra, the mantra of this practice. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarvavarita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Excuse me. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarvavarita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nemparshik naganen tayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pama shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pama shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pama shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nempar shik naganan tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth. As we've just blessed our speech with this incredibly powerful mantra, imagine as you exhale, as that air goes up your nose, it continues the purification. If you have a drink, you can blow on the surface a few times and take a few sips, again, continuing that purification. And imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front of you dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri. So this is an emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom. He is standing, holding a sword in his right hand above his head that slashes delusion. In this particular form, he purifies illness. So a similar visualization of the light and nectar pouring out of all the pores of his body. He is over top your crown, facing the same direction as you, about 6 inches in height. The light rays, the signs of purification, come out of all the pores of his body to the whole planet, cleansing the planet of all diseases, COVID, like that, and also descending through your crown, purifying you of all imbalances of body and mind as we recite his mantra. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om tazo chuzo dur tazo dur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso to taso to miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Just feel that purification, believing you've definitely purified something. And imagine over top of your crown, the black manjushri dissolves from the edges of the visualization into the center, into a radiant drop of light. That drop melts into your crown. Just feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. Continuing on. This is the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease, from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Excuse me. So we'll read this motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll be reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, many times as we gaze upon this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. So any of you on Facebook Live, you can also sign up to join the Zoom call at landofmedicinebuddha.org. You can sign up. You can sign up for free, and then you can come online with us where you can see all the documents, all the different prayers, if that's helpful for you. Thank you. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So the actual prayer we're going to recite 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Whoops. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. This next prayer is the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. So for all of those war-torn areas, all those dangerous places, crime-ridden areas, all the domestic violence, all the issues like that. This is for all of them. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime compassion, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. This is a request to pacify the fear of famine. So for all the starving people around the planet, all the poor, all the hungry, we can direct this to them. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings at the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force, the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So we'll go to our dedication prayers. If you're interested in an hour, I'll be leading an hour meditation, which is 9:30 to 10:30 California time. So investing all of our positive energy, whatever merit we've created from doing these practices, I particularly like to direct them to Sean Tanaka and his full recovery, to Geshe Tenley for his swift recovery, and Ross Lasley, Jody Galt, Joanne Lempson, Venerable Pelyang, Lizzie, Kathleen Rafa, Jean McGarvey, Trish Flaherty, Norma Harris, Debbie Warner, and all the other beings on the planet who have COVID, may they be healed from that immediately. May those who have recently passed away Immediately take a good rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all, for all conflicts to be pacified. Janju Sanjo Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ge Gyurchik, Ke Panyam Ba Me Ba Yi, Gone Gondu Pelwar Shog. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception and transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. And this dedication with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, whom completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, whom completely empty of existing from my own side. Whatever understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect for a moment. Continuing on, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And our long life prayers. First, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche's long life, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much for joining. I am turning it over to Venerable Sarah in Boda. If you're interested, tomorrow I am leading a self-compassion course. It's just about, I think, 3 or 4 hours for our Canada group. So it starts at 8:30. It's about 8:30 to 12:30 California time. So if you'd like a little bit of your day of how to deal and pacify your mind with some self-compassion training, you can find that link, I think, at amymiller.com, if that's helpful. Venerable Sarah, welcome. From the Boda Stupa, I believe, which is
Hello,
in
yes.
Kathmandu Valley.
Hi.
Fantastic.
Can you hear me, everybody?
We can hear you.
Oh, hi. Okay, good. Yeah.
Are you at the
Yeah,
stupa?
No, I'm not at the stupa today. We've had it's Tiha, which is like Nepali Diwali. And so it's pretty crazy at the stupa. There's fireworks and, you know, people gathering and dancing in the streets and playing music and crowds. And I was at the stupa last night and they're throwing firecrackers. So I was at the stupa last night, but it was very, very intense. So I'm
It's
here.
good that
I
you're
wouldn't be
safe.
able to.
It's good that you're safe right where
Yeah.
you are. Well, thank you so much. Passing on to you, and Please be well.
Thank you very much, Venerable Amy. Take care.
be
You're
well,
in
everyone.
California, right?
I'm in California right now, yes.
Great, great.
Please be well.
Okay. Okay, everybody. So, as Venerable Amy just said, I am here in California. Sorry, I'm crazy. I'm here in Bodha, in Nepal, and the winter is coming. Nepal is opening up quite a bit now. There's more tourists coming in. There's visa on arrival. But today is the equivalent of Christmas Day. It's a very big holiday. It's called Baitika. So of the different days of Tiha, the first day, Tika is offered to the dogs and the crows and the special food, and the second day to the cows. And today everyone goes back to the villages where they come from, and then the sister offers to the brother the Tika. It's a very big celebration, family celebration in Nepal, and a lot of joy. And of course, the Nepali people really enjoy their festivals. Meanwhile, for us, every day is a festival because Rinpoche has been teaching at the nunnery, the Anigomba, and giving quite amazing teachings every day. We had one day break, but otherwise it's just been every single day in the afternoons for about 3 hours. The nuns start at 1 o'clock and they do many prayers, and then when she comes around 2 and teaches till 5:30, and everyone is so very, very happy. There's English translation and there's Pali translation, and there are very few of us Westerners here, but many Sherpas and Nepalis are coming, and of course the nuns are coming. And it's really been like doing Kopan course. This is November, and she's been given very precious advice to all of us, just the essence, the heart advice of Dharma, how to know what is Dharma, what is not Dharma, and how precious this human life is, and not to waste it, but to really and try all the time to accumulate virtue, and then how precious it is to have holy objects, and how to make offerings, and how to make sure that all our actions are unstained by the worldly dharma, so they really become dharma. And the past few days, Rinpoche has been teaching on patience, giving really extraordinary teachings on patience. And of course, the essential advice has been that sicknesses, spirit harms, all the various different harms that we receive from spirits or humans or animals, actually they're all benefiting us. So the kindness of the enemy, so teaching us how to really think very strongly how kind the enemy is, and giving many different reasons and ways of thinking about it, which are very potent in quotations and examples. And as Rinpoche mentioned, you know, His Holiness Dalai Lama, when he gives initiations in Bodh he said he wouldn't even do the Gektor. He wouldn't give the trauma to the interferers before the initiation, because for him there are no sentient beings harm. There is no sentient being who harms, even if they show the aspect of harming. But he doesn't see any sentient beings that are harmful for him. So for him, he only sees all sentient beings with love. He only sees even those who harm him as helping, teachers. So it's an incredible teaching, and of course it's so suitable now. And she's really been emphasizing not to get angry, never to allow anger to rise in our minds, because it will destroy the merit that we accumulate, and really not to waste any time, but to constantly accumulate merit. And even just having the pictures and the Buddha and the altar, or being able to see the stupa, is so much blesses the mind. So not to take that for granted, and then put on top of looking at the images and the holy objects, to remember to put our hands together and to make offerings, and in this way, making offering to a statue or picture of Buddha is the same as making offering to the actual Buddha. So it's a very special time for us. It's a real festival of Dharma here, a festival of teachings. And of course, another one is a very big topic is motivation, importance of having a kind heart. How important it is for parents to teach children to have a kind heart. And that means they themselves must have a kind heart in order to guide. Yeah. So how incredible and how wonderful to be able to be alive at this time when we have perfect gurus guiding us all the time. And so much opportunity to practice Dharma. And the ability to understand that even sicknesses like COVID can benefit us. But of course, for many people in the world that don't have these teachings, they haven't created a cause yet to meet with perfect gurus, or if they've met them, haven't been able to follow or understand. So, which is also, we've been emphasizing how important it is to pray for every single living being, to generate bodhicitta. Because all beings generate bodhicitta, and the world could be completely different, particularly the leaders of the countries generate bodhicitta. So that's a very topical thing now with climate change. And of course, climate change is not coming from nowhere. It's not changing by itself. This is coming from this is coming from us, and of course, there's also a lot of self-cherishing thought there. As we always want, and we want more than maybe is possible to have without damaging this planet. So the real enemy is self-cherishing, and the real teacher, the enemy who destroys the self-cherishing. So with that as a theme, and really thinking that we're doing this session, there's 3 sessions here together, so it's an hour and a half. So really thinking that we're doing this for every single sentient being, just like doing a puja. So when we're really dedicated for every living being, then they all get the result, they all get the merit, they all share it. And this helps create a connection and also expand their own minds. Okay, so I know you can't see me, but you can see the prayer wheel. I can see Chenrezig. I can see Rinpoche. So I think that is all that's needed to bless the mind. The 3 most powerful objects: the Guru Yidam and the Dhamma. I'm going to start by reading Rinpoche's Transforming the Mind into Bodhicitta Motivation for this and all future lives, in order to get our minds in the right space. But I think instead of doing the Lamram direct meditation, I'll do the short calling the Guru from afar. So please visualize the crown of your head, if you can manage that, otherwise in space in front of you, your Guru, in ordinary form. But you should be aware that in reality, this form is taken by all the Buddhas 3 times 10 directions in order to guide you. In order to guide you to full enlightenment. So this is how all the Buddhas are communicating with you. So you should have no doubt about that. So this is the form that Chenrezig takes in order to guide you, giving teachings, initiations, advice. vows, and so forth. And this is the form that all the Theodams, all the Buddhas take. So the root guru, and you can think that all your other gurus are simply emanations of the root guru. There's the Dharmakaya, holy mind of all the Buddhas. So we need all different aspects so that they are all like rays coming from the root guru. Tip of each ray is one of our gurus. Other gurus, they all come from the root guru. So just visualize the root guru and crown your head with the awareness that this is all the Buddhas, and also with the awareness of the kindness. Because if the Buddhas didn't appear in this form, how would you be guided? Statue can be very beautiful, but it can't teach you. And it can't give you advice when you need it. And so forth. And then we make this prayer and request to the Guru. Because all sentient beings around us. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Magnificently glorious Guru, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Magnificently glorious Guru, revealing the path of liberation. Magnificently glorious Guru, liberating from the waters of samsara. Magnificently glorious Guru, eliminating the disease of the 5 poisons. Magnificently glorious Guru, who is the wish granting jewel. I beseech you, please grant blessings. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to remember impermanence and death from my heart. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to generate the thought of no need in my mind. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to abide one pointedly in practice in isolated places. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me not to have any hindrance to my practice. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to realize without error the view of the fundamental nature of reality. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me so that all bad conditions appear as a support. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to accomplish effortlessly the 2 works of self and others. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me now. Please bless me quickly, very quickly. Please bless me in this very session. Please bless me on this very cushion. and not give rise to heresy for even a second. In regard to the actions of the Guru, I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. So you can think that the Guru becomes very small and descends down through the crown of your head, through your throat, down to your heart, becomes oneness at your heart. And think that you receive all the qualities of the Guru, all the qualities, the enlightened body, speech, and mind, all the Buddhas. Then recite the verses from the Bodhisattva attitude, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel. I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. So remember how kind and precious every single sentient being is. How they're the ones that give us enlightenment. How all Buddha Dhamma Sangha, all the Gurus, came from each one of these sentient beings. By generating compassion and practicing patience, morality, joyous perseverance, generosity, and so forth. Now each sentient being is more precious than a wish-granting jewel, far, far more precious, and billions of dollars. I give up my body, enjoyments, and wish, and wealth, and even all virtues the 3 times, without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it is best to now give it away for sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings, to use however they want for their happiness. Even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I have already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who've entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, actualized knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Just like the four elements, earth, wind, water, fire, and like space. May I always be the means of living in many ways for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause and the means of living in every way, till they all attain to sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. So think of the meaning of transmigratory, or sentient beings born, they suffer, they race towards death, experiencing the various sufferings of each realm. And again, they die, reborn to another realm, experience all those sufferings. They race towards death. And again, propelled by karma and delusions, they are reborn endlessly. So there's no beginning to this whole process, this cycle. Endless rebirth, endless suffering, endlessly experiencing various different kinds of sufferings at different realms. There's no beginning and there's no end until we put an end to it. So this is a situation of all sentient beings. This is our own situation. Try to feel how unbearable it is, even for ourselves. And then think how far more unbearable it is, because this is what all sentient beings must go through again and again. Then develop a very strong determination to take responsibility to free all beings from their suffering. And in order to do that, I'm going to lead them, take refuge, and visualize space in front, Chenrezig. All sentient beings around us, human form. And we're leading them and taking refuge. All sentient beings, my kind mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious school Buddha. and go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Or go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinas. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then, having gone for refuge, we imagine that we lead all sentient beings in reciting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite the mantra, you can think that from Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig in front, and from the prayer wheel, all the prayer wheels. So this prayer wheel has more than 2 trillion mantras inside. So each of this Om Mani Padme Hum inside is a manifestation of Guru Chenrezig in the form of syllables, holy speech. But of course, the holy speech is not separate from the holy body and holy mind. So you can think from that, from Guru Chenrezig, and from all the Om Mani Padme Hum in the prayer wheel and all the prayer wheels in this universe. Light rays come. First they enter into you and they purify all sickness, spirit harms, delusions, all sufferings, cause of sufferings. And then they enter into all sentient beings around us, particularly those who have COVID or suffering from all the various different conditions and results from COVID, such as not having a job or poverty or having lost loved ones and so forth. Light rays enter them, clear away all the sufferings, all the causes of sufferings, all the sickness, spirit harms. And then you think that when all this is being cleared away, the light rays bring all the blessings, Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind, all the qualities. All sentient beings become Chenrezig. Recite the mantra. So done the motivation, we've done the taking refuge, explain the visualization. Now I'm going to recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe. Mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe onga. Mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe onga. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe onga mani bebe. Mani bebe onga 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe